Hello and welcome one and all. The atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. Well, colour and passion just oozing from the stands here. These fans love their football and we're about to be dished up a feast of it. Well, there are plenty looking forward to seeing this, a capacity crowd here.
Well, the atmosphere, Peter, certainly doesn't feel like a friendly. We all know about the quality we have on show here, so I hope that the crowd demand as much as they can get, and I hope the players will oblige on it.
There's the whistle. Pedro Neto. And it's Cucurella. Fernandez. Tacho gets it away. Hakimi tries to clear. Oh, that's neat. The chances keep on coming. They're awarded another corner. That has been knocked clear. Fernandez. Palmer. Goes for goal!
Well, that's confidence for you. Distance doesn't even bother him.
Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Hakimi. Pedro Neto. Fofana. Cucurella. Chalobah. Moved on forwards. Palmer looks to get on the end of this. Marquinhos. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Barcola. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Palmer. Colwill. Palmer. Caicedo. Chalobah. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Mendes. Chalobah getting this one clear. Barcola. Hakimi plays it in. Colwell is there. Dembele hits it! Decent enough try.
Yeah, he may have snatched at that a bit, even though it was quite close.
Colwell aim forwards. Hakimi. Barcola. João Neves. Barcola. João Neves. Hakimi stood his ground strongly. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. He's had a shot! Lacking in accuracy.
Well, I suppose he was being urged to shoot. Maybe the crowd will stay a little quieter next to him.
Fofana gently done. Cucurella. Fofana. Fernandes. Played towards the other side. Palmer. Caicedo. Fernandes. Chalobah. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Oh, that's well done, really robust. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Mendes. That's a good run down the left. Plays it across. He can get that clear. Palmer. João Pedro. James. James shifted upfield. And here's Palmer. Now it's João Pedro. Great chance! That was superb goalkeeping.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
Clears it away, and it's Fernandes. Barcola. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. Paris Saint Germain have a free kick. Barcola. Cross from Hakimi. Keeper's dealt with that. Palmer. Good running, strong and purposeful. João Pedro. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fernandes. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. James. Colwell. Caicedo. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Now this is an adventurous run down that left-hand side. Very nicely done. And it's Fernandes. And here's Fernandes. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. A chance to play it in. That's very neat. Chance, surely! Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Referee's given a throw. Fofana. And here's Neto. It's a mighty effort! It's in! A lovely header, but really it was all about the delivery.
He did so well there, attacking the ball the way he did. He got a strong forehead behind that one.
So, a breakthrough already. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Lovely feet. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, that was no routine save.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Colwell tries to clear. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Hakimi. Hakimi chips it through. James. Fofana. And it's played forward. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fofana. Cucurella. That'll be a throw-in. Fabian Ruiz. Decent chance! That's a half-decent try.
Well, even for him, that may have been a touch ambitious.
Cucurella. Fernandez. Caicedo. Fernandez. Palmer. Palmer. And it's James. Fernandez. Nice physical challenge. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto has got himself a free kick. It's not taken him long, and that's going to be a booking. That has been knocked clear. Well, that looks a foul. Yeah, referee's given it.
Well, I think the alternative was to stand there and do nothing while he tried to score. Obviously, he's not going to allow that, Peter, is he?
There could be trouble here. But for now, the referee is keeping his cards in his pocket. He's gone for the shots. And that has been cleared. And here's Neto.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Takes a shot! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
Palmer. James. And it's Palmer. Oh, sweet feet. James. Now, he's got space here. That is a brilliant interception. Hakimi. Oh, it's Dembele. Nuno Mendes. Hit into the middle. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Colwell. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. And it's Dembele. Foot in. Cucurella. James. Palmer. James. Colwell. Fofana. Fofana forwards and with intent. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola.
Paris Saint Germain. Well, Peter, look how far up the fullbacks are getting now. This is really high.
And constantly after the ball, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're weighing up their options to see how long they can sustain this and suppress those wide opposition players.
Caicedo. That's really well manoeuvred. That's a throw. Hakimi. Hakimi plays it in. Tries to get it clear. João Neves. Lovely ball and a real chance now. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. James. And it's Palmer. Muscular approach does pay off here. Barcola. João Neves. So just one early goal to report so far. 1-0 the score. James. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fernandez. Applies the finish!
João Pedro really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Nice defending, physical and effective. Fofana did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Fofana, head over towards the opposite flank. Barcola. Hakimi. Great defending, strong and determined. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Kvaratskhelia. Chalobah. Fernandes. Fofana. Fernandes. Moved on forwards. Cucurella. Fernandes. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Hakimi. And here's Dembele. Barcola! It's in!
Paris Saint Germain, the danger was always there, Peter. We all knew they'd be pouncing on any slip or any sort of indecision. They need to sharpen up or it's going to happen again.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Such a big goal, Peter. Just when the opposition thought they could turn the screw, they're back to square one again. The manager will be absolutely delighted with such a response.
Pedro Neto. Cross goes in there. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Fernandes. James ploughing through the middle. Tacho gets rid without sophistication. And it's Palmer. James flashes it across. Fabian Ruiz. Marquinhos. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. And he goes cross-field. Hakimi. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Ruiz. Swings it across. Hakimi played back in. Fernandes. Fofana. Pedro Neto. João Neves. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. João Neves shifted upfield. Kvaratskhelia. And the shot! Fernandes. Fofana aimed forwards. João Pedro. And that's been won straight back. Caicedo. Palmer. James. Oh, smashing header! Mendes, gently done. Flo Neves. And it's played forward. Hakimi. And it's Mendes. James does really well to win the ball there. Cucurella. Still very early doors, but it is a closely contested affair. Played into the middle. Mendes can get it clear. It's gone out for a throw-in. Palmer finds himself offside. Zabani. Kvaratskhelia. Bakula. Bakula! Oh, they could be caught out here. Looking for a decent ball in. Chance to shoot! Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
Well, it's almost like he had too much thinking time there, Peter.
And played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Pedro Neto. Chalobah. Chalobah forwards and with intent. James. Mendes gets over and intercepts. Zabani shifted upfield. Nuno Mendes. Fernandez did well to step in there. That was more than necessary. James. Chalobah. Fernandez. Aim forwards. Caicedo. Palmer. Knocks it out wide. That's tidy. And it's Palmer. James receives it in a wide position. Ball is over the line. James, now here's the delivery. Palmer. Time to deliver. Caicedo, and he whips it in. Zabani. He's going to be disappointed with that. Fernandez. Caicedo. And it's Fernandez. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Now who's going to be first to this? Pedro Neto. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, that's a clever-looking ball. James gets good distance on it. Barcola. Cucurella. Fernandez. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fernandez. James. Caicedo. The pressing's intense and it's paid off. Palmer. James looks to the other side. Pedro Neto. And it's Cucurella. Cucurella drives forward on the overlap. Too long and over the line. Savani. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Barcola. Hakimi. Oh, that's nice. And here's Kvaratskhelia. That is lovely. And that's a throw-in. There are a few waiting for it. Serves up across. Expertly cut out, really nicely done. Palmer done delicately. Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. Savani. João Neves. Marquinhos. Marquinhos chooses to go cross-field. Fabian Ruiz. Good take, and is he in? João Pedro. Pedro Neto. James. And he goes cross-field. Marquinhos. Barcola. Nuno Mendes. Palmer wins the duel this time. Palmer tries making a foray down the right. Does really well to win the ball there. Palmer. Palmer puts a cross in. Marquinhos gets it clear. Back into the middle. And he thumps it clear. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, shooting chance! Just off target.
Well, there wasn't too much wrong with his effort. He needs to get on the ball again and give it another crack. I would.
That's really well manoeuvred. Now it's Palmer. Savani. Pacho. Marquinhos. João Neves. Looks to the other side. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia. Pedro Neto. Cucurella, gently done. And it's Fernandes. And here's Neto. Defending of the desperate variety. Now then, the ball's come loose. Fernandes. Caicedo. James. Caicedo. And here's Fernandes. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Caicedo. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Played towards the other side. Nuno Mendes. That was nicely by the defence. Hakimi gets into a good position. Barcola, and he shoots! Fair attempt, just the wrong outcome.
Yeah, that's a decent try when you consider the range.
Chalobah. Pedro Neto, who does have an assist to his name. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Moved on forwards. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. And it's Hakimi. Oh, nice touch. Hakimi. Oh, it's played into the area. Cross deflected behind for a corner. James gets it away. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. João Pedro. Now that's well seen too. Barcola looking understandably energised after his goal. It's run loose here. Good chance here! Caicedo tries to clear. Cucurella. Strong running down that left flank. João Pedro, over to the left. Fernandes. James. Caicedo. Fernandes. Palmer. Cucurella. Fernandes. Cucurella. And here's Neto. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Oh, such a clever touch. Goes for a shot! Oh, no shortage of confidence there.
He's absolutely full of energy here. Definitely had the right idea. A shame he just couldn't finish it off.
And it's played forward. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola. And here's Dembele. Fernandes, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. And it's Palmer. Caicedo. Now it's João Pedro. Palmer. That's going to go a long way. And reclaimed it in a trice. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. Keeper's got good distance on that. And that has been clubbed away. Fernandes. Palmer. Caicedo. Fernandes. And here's Neto. He's had a shot! Clears it away, and it's Caicedo. Shoots! Mendes with the clearance. Dembele. He's in plenty of space here. Dembele. That has been knocked clear. He's going to have to tune his rangefinder before the next one. Fernandes. Moved on forwards. Palmer is onto it in a flash. Now it's Palmer. James, played over towards the opposite flank. Zabani. Zabani forwards and with intent. João Neves. Tacho, aim forwards. Hakimi. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Approaching the half-hour mark. Nuno Mendes. Is there any support? He might not need it. Lovely bit of skill. Produces a cross. Kvaratskhelia.
Hakimi.
It's a threatening ball. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Deftly away.
Hakimi.
João Neves. Barcola.
Hakimi.
Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Marquinhos.
Hakimi.
João Neves. Searching pass he's played there. Pedro Neto. Fofana. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Can he get onto this? And the keeper gets his hands on it. Fofana. Fernandes. James. Caicedo. Caicedo, gently done. And for a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Out to the right. Fernandes. João Pedro. Pedro Neto. And it's Cucurella. No foul, says the referee. Nicely intercepted. Fernandes. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Chalobah. Palmer. James. Palmer. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him.
Hakimi.
James. Chalobah. Fernandes. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Dembele. Out to the left it goes. Kvaratskhelia. Real chance! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Kvaratskhelia really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
Fofana is there and he can get that clear. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. That is a great pick out. That was a good run. The defence looked beaten there. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. That's a fabulous ball. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto going full tilt down the left. Proves too strong. Hakimi. Bakul. Fabian Ruiz. Bacola. That's really well manoeuvred. Cucurella. Pedro Neto looking to get on the end of this. He has found the way through. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Oh, what a climb! And that's caused a worry or two.
Well, he looks a little annoyed with himself, Peter, but he hit it well enough. Better look next time, maybe.
Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Sabani. Looks to the other side. Hakimi. Nuno Mendes. Mendes shifted upfield. James. And it's Palmer. Now it's Palmer. Aimed in towards the centre. Tacho with the clearance. Changes him with that pass. Palmer providing an outlet on that flank. Palmer. And that was very necessary. Not the worst cross in the world, but still room for improvement. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Showing good feet. Plenty waiting in the middle. Fernandes. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. And it's Cucurella. Takes a shot! And it's been taken short. Fernandes gets a cross in. And the header is disappointing in the end.
Well, you see what a difference it makes to have so many runners into the box. It makes life so much harder for that defence.
Hakimi gets it away. Picks it up now. Nuno Mendes. Just deflected over the goal line for a corner. And that has been cleared. Now it's Pedro Neto. Now it's João Pedro. Palmer in with the challenge. Kvaratskhelia. Dembele. Barcola spreads it out wide. He has slightly undercooked that one.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Fabian Ruiz, and he goes cross-field. Marquinhos. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Nice control. James. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Palmer. Pedro Neto. Solid defending, refused to be outmuscled. And that's put paid to a promising move. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola. Deflected behind for a corner kick. Fabian Ruiz goes short. And it's Mendes. That's a big chance! And the ball's come. Oh, it's fallen loose again! James getting this one clear. João Neves made out towards the right wing. And here's Kvaratskhelia. Foul right on the edge of the box. It could go either way here. And the referee has given a free kick just outside the box. Well, that looks like a final warning. Still no card. Defending of the desperate variety. And it's Neves. That's good play. Climbs up big! Well, that is clearly not the outcome he wanted.
That's a real disappointment as well, after he worked so hard to just get into position and get on the end of that in the first place. A lot of effort for very little reward.
Fernandes. midfield, changing the point of attack. James. Palmer. James. And it's played forward. Succumbs to the pressure. Palmer. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Sabani. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia. Great defending, strong and determined. James. Caicedo. Palmer. Palmer making good progress on the right-hand side. João Pedro. Cucurella. He is just caressing the ball. That is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Barcola. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Here's Barcola. Cucurella. Barcola. Caicedo. James. Palmer. Half-time getting close now. Palmer. Oh, good spread. That's very neat. And it's Caicedo. Palmer. Played out to the right. Nice physical challenge. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other.
He just needed to be quicker then. This defence will give you time to second-guess yourself.
Fofana. Good play on the left-hand side here. Cucurella, and it's lofted through here. And the shot! Oh, that was nice, but not quite the end product required.
João Pedro really should be making an apology. That longer range pass gave him a golden chance then.
And they've got rid. Kvaratskhelia has played it long. He's on the move, and he's going to have to go it alone. Out to the right. Hakimi. Up he goes! They've scored! That is a fine goal, really efficiently done.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball. Made a classic move and made it perfectly.
Paris Saint Germain go into the lead.
Yeah, I always felt this was coming. There was a clear increase in both intensity and tempo. Now all they need is to try and maintain it.
Fofana forwards and with intent. Great run on the overlap here. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. He's in, surely! Takes the shot! It's anyone's ball now. And he's there to get it away. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Mendes delivers with whip. Moved on forwards. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Good defending there. They've slammed the door in the faces of the opposition. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Played out wide. Chance for a shot! Danger averted for now. And it's Ruiz. João Neves. Hakimi. Palmer. Now what's he got in mind? Caicedo looking for a run-up. It's come to nothing. Zabani aim forwards. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has been caught there, it's a foul. Smart save, he had plenty to do.
Well, I thought his starting position was good, and that helped the keeper to judge the flight of the ball and deal with it well.
Cleared away. Out of play for a throw. Barcola's cross. Tacho gently done. Fabian Ruiz. And he cuts out the supply. Cucurella. Fofana. Pedro Neto. And it's Cucurella. And here's Neto. Tries to get it clear. Palmer. And the shot! It didn't come off, but an audacious effort.
Well, there wasn't much else on there, so why not have a crack? So nearly paid off too.
Clearly not happy with that. Caicedo. Cucurella. It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Played towards the other side. Fernandes have it back and can go again. Confirmation that there will be 4 minutes stoppage time. And here's Neto. And that's out of reach. Caicedo does really well to win the ball there. Cucurella. Nice control. Fernandes. And the referee's looking at his watch. We could be done here. Pedro Neto. Out of play for a goal kick. João Neves. Nuno Mendes. It's gone for a throw-in. And here's Palmer. And it's Caicedo. Palmer picks it up out wide. He's cut it out. Nuno Mendes. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. James can get it clear. Fabian Ruiz. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. João Pedro. Barcola. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. And here's it's Dembele! Oh, the ball's come loose here.
Read it beautifully.
Caicedo. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fernandez. Hakimi cuts it out. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Hakimi attempts a clearance. That's good play. Can he deliver? Pedro Neto opts to play it back. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola. Barcola! Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fernandez. Cucurella. Fofana. Fernandez. Caicedo, aim forwards. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Pacho. Moved on forwards. Hakimi. Fernandez. Fofana. Cucurella. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. And it's played forward. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Hakimi. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. João Pedro. Pedro Neto. João Pedro. Palmer. James. Palmer. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes. Caicedo. Colwill. James. James carries the ball down the right, and it's James. Thinks one through. Oh, he'll be annoyed with himself for not getting there. Marquinhos chooses to go cross-field. Barcola. João Neves. João Neves, gently done. Oh, it's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. It's a loose ball. Marquinhos. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola. That has been knocked clear. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Colwill. Colwill forwards and with intent. James. Fernandez. Oh, easy pickings there. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes. The referee's awarded a free kick. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. And it's Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Dembele. Cleared without complication. Marquinhos. Marquinhos gently done. Palmer. James. Chalobah. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto goes on a charge down the left. Fernandez. Fernandez laid out to the left flank. Ah, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. So who's he picking out? Kvaratskhelia. Sabani. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Dembele. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Chalobah. Fernandez. Colwill. Nuno Mendes. Receives it in a... shapes to shoot! It's off target and by quite a way. Palmer. Fernandez. Cucurella. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. There's no getting past him. It's really well defended. Fabian Ruiz did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise.
Cucurella, well, they're labouring their way towards the opposition goal here, Peter, and this needs a much livelier solution.
Fofana. Fernandez. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto goes on a run down the left wing. Very nicely done. And it's Cucurella. That is lovely. Fernandez. Cucurella. And here's Neto. And here's Neto. Oh, nice touch. Cucurella. Oh, it's played into the area. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Barcola. Hakimi. Nuno Mendes. Palmer wins the duel this time. Caicedo. Fernandez. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella going full steam ahead down the left flank. Yeah, he's fouled him there. Zabani clears it away. And it's Caicedo. James. Palmer. Caicedo. Cucurella. Can he get onto this? Well, the less said about that pass, the better. Marquinhos played over towards the opposite flank. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Good defending, albeit from an unexpected source.
He's dealt with that very well, Peter. It's a real show of discipline.
That's really well manoeuvred. James. And here's Palmer. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. Hit into the middle. And he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Looks to the other side. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia!
His reputation is better than what we've just seen.
Noticeable change in the approach to defending here. Much more in your face.
Well, they seem intent on marking him out of the game. They're certainly trying to wind him up in the process, Peter.
Palmer. Well, they are still trailing, and they require a change of fortune pretty sharpish. And it's Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fabian Ruiz. And he goes cross-field. Hakimi. João Pedro. That's a cute ball. And that is as far as they're going to go. Marquinhos. Kvaratskhelia, and here's Dembele. Dembele hits it! Colwill. Caicedo. Moved on forwards. There will be a throw-in. Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia looking to run onto it. Oh, sweet feet. James, aim forwards. Barcola proves too strong. Palmer. Colwill. Fernandes. Well-timed, excellent interception. Hakimi. Barcola. Caicedo. Palmer. James. Colwill. Palmer. James. And it's Palmer. Some good work on the right flank here. Delivered in. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, it's come loose. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. The ball is loose and the chase is on. He'll try to keep this alive. João Neves. There's the shot!
Well, to put it this way, he's probably made better decisions.
Correa. Pedro Neto. Now it's João Pedro. Tacho, that's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Goes for the shot!
Barcola really looked as though he had chosen correctly then, and yet we quickly realised he hadn't.
And it's played forward. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Can he finish? Needs a bit of penetration to go with all this possession. Fofana shifted upfield. Marquinhos. Kvaratskhelia. Zabani. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Fernandes. Correa. Pedro Neto. Can he latch on to this? Pedro Neto. Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner. Herring after the ball here. Cleared away. And it's Cucurella. Time to deliver. Cucurella, and that's aimed into the middle. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Caicedo. He steps in, and that's the end of that. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Palmer. Chance! Big relief, it just needed better contact.
Oh, what a chance. He probably had more time than he realised.
Crossfield changing the point of attack. And here's Kvaratskhelia. James. Palmer. James. Quarter of an hour into the second half. James. James, battling down that right flank. Tacho can get it clear. And claimed it back swiftly. And it's Caicedo. That's tidy. Now it's João Pedro. He's having a shot! Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
Defending of the desperate variety.
Well, it's definitely the right attitude and application, Peter. They've got to keep pushing.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
They just need to sort out their end product, and quickly.
João Neves. Here's Barcola. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Barcola. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Barcola. Played out towards the right wing. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. And there's the shot! And that's off target.
Kvaratskhelia probably should have taken a breath and looked for runners. It helps to put your head up from time to time, Peter.
Fernandes. Chalobah. Colwill. Caicedo. Played towards the other side. Sabani. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Caicedo concedes a free kick for that. He's heaved it away. Pedro Neto. Colwill. Caicedo. Chalobah. And it's played forward. Kvaratskhelia. Great defending, strong and determined. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. João Pedro. Fernandes, delicate ball, and it needs to be. It's a clearance, but not much of one. Zabani forwards and with intent. João Pedro. Palmer showing good feet. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Hakimi tries to clear. Oh, that's neat. Cross goes in. He hits it! That has been knocked clear.
I think that's great defending. He just made sure he was in the right place to block it. I bet you the keeper's very relieved.
Nuno Mendes. Hakimi. Palmer producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Fofana. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fofana. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Looks to the other side. Hakimi. Colwill can get it clear. A lovely bit of skill. And it's Ruiz. Here's a shot!
Fabian Ruiz usually is so good from that range. He didn't quite connect as he can, though.
Chalobah. Cucurella. Fofana. Fofana played over towards the opposite flank. Zabani. Throw it. Zabani. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Oh, such a clever touch. It's run loose here. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. The referee has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket. It's just a stern lecture. And it's hoisted clear. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Now it's Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Fernandes. James. And here's Palmer. There's the shot! Pedro Neto. Fernandez. Can he finish? Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
It's been slipped through. Now it's João Pedro. Chance to deliver. Oh, clearance is short. Marquinhos. Barcola. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. And here's the... Oh, he's not played the ball, that's a foul. That is definitely not his best. Oh, it's come loose. Well, that's surely a foul. Free kick. Barcola. Colwell gets it away. It's Ruiz. João Neves. Fofana. And he goes cross-field. Oh, can he get onto this? And here's Palmer. James. Oh, great header! Kvaratskhelia. Pacho. Marquinhos. João Neves. That's really well manoeuvred. Barcola. Oh, good spread. Lovely feet. And the finish! It's a goal! A two-goal lead, and they're firmly in control.
Yeah, the right touch in moments like that is key to what follows. Oh, very neat and tidy.
So the lead now is 2.
Well, everything is going to plan, Peter. A day for a regular managerial heartbeat, at least for one.
Cucurella. Colwell gently done. And it's James. Oh, that's nice. Caicedo. Fernandez. Now it's Pedro Neto. And a chance! Really well taken goal.
The keeper deserves some sympathy there. He may not have seen that until too late.
We have got ourselves a game here.
Well, what a difference a goal makes. Now all of a sudden it seems the belief is back.
And here's Barcola. He is just caressing the ball. And here's Barcola. It's a foul. It could be a penalty. No, the referee's judged that the offence took place outside the area.
Yeah, well, they were exposed and vulnerable, and he knew he had to do something to prevent a goal then.
He's being urged. Shot a goal! Colwell. James. Palmer. Colwell. Chalobah, aim forwards. That's the throw. He expected better, and so did he. Barcola is sporting a guilty look after that.
He made it look a bit predictable.
Moved on forwards. Barcola. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. James chooses to go cross-field. Fernandez. Clipped into space. It's out of play for a goal kick. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. James gets in to thwart him. Played into the middle. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Pedro out to the right, and it's Palmer. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. That's really well manoeuvred. Marquinhos. Nuno Mendes. Zabani gently done. Fabian Ruiz, aim forwards. Barcola. That's very neat. And here's Barcola. Caicedo. Palmer, now he's off and running. Pedro Neto. And it's Cucurella. Now who's going to be first to this? It's a promising run he's making on the right. Hakimi. Neves, Barcola, Nuno Mendes, nice control, and here's Kvaratskhelia! A real chance and a real let-off. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fernandez, spread out to the left. Now then, the ball's come loose. Decent progress down the left. Cucurella puts the ball in. Gets it away. Oh, it's Dembele. Tacho gets across to intercept that. Neves, Kvaratskhelia, playing cross-field, changing the point of attack. James. Well, that's really good play on the right, he's driving forward. And it's James. Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner. Target and by quite a way.
Incredible. He had all the time in the world to pick a spot as well.
And it's played forward. It's an inviting looking ball that. Well read, nice interception. James. Pedro Neto. Closing in on the last quarter of an hour. James. That's good play. Palmer. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Ruiz, Kvaratskhelia, Nuno Mendes, Fabian Ruiz, Kvaratskhelia, Barcola, Fernandez. That is a little undercooked. Movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Barcola. João Pedro. Pedro Neto. Colwell, James, Palmer, James, Caicedo forwards and with intent. João Neves, Nuno Mendes, Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele, can he finish? And the ball's come loose here. And it's hoisted clear. And he's there to clear it. And that's been won straight back. Fabian Ruiz. Chalobah gets good distance on it. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz, João Neves, Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz chooses to go cross-field. Zabani. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. João Neves. And here's Dembele. Dembele played out towards the right wing.
Paris Saint Germain clearly have been instructed to kill this off. Offence is the best form of defence.
Well, they've seen lots of the ball. Time to go for it a bit of creativity and adventure. Scalia. Chalobah cuts out the pass.
Paris Saint Germain surely have to be commended for their drive and desire. Most teams would be taking the easier defensive route by now.
Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fernandez. Over to the left. Hit into the middle. Cleared away. Oh, what a sticks it away! And with the match slipping away, they have hauled themselves off the canvas. A wonderful delivery, and all it needed was a touch.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking them up? I think the boss won't be amused.
This has become one superb game of football.
Well, that's really winded the opposition. You can see their manager screaming on the touchline, telling his team to calm down. But they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
And one more try! Cucurella can get it clear. Mendes have it back and can go again. And he shoots! Goal! Paris Saint Germain! And they get themselves in front!
Yeah, the touch before the finish is so often the critical part, and we've just seen an example.
2 goals on the day, and he may not yet be done. Paris Saint Germain get themselves into the lead.
Yeah, all their effort pays off in the end. It just took that extra bit of dynamism to get them the goal they craved.
Caicedo, gently done. Not pretty, but it gets the job done.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Scalia. Dembele, oh, cracking ball. James. And it's James. Oh, played through for the wide man. Palmer. Ball comes in. Yeah, he's pulled him up for that challenge. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz. Head over towards the opposite flank. Hakimi. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Chalobah clears it away.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fofana. Looks to the other side. Palmer. Now he's off and running. James. Played into space out wide.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Marquinhos. Hakimi. And he goes cross-field. And it's Ruiz.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want enough.
Caicedo is the guilty party there. Now it's Kvaratskhelia, takes a shot! Big relief, it just needed better contact. Colwill shifted upfield. Caicedo. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. It's a good run down the left-hand side. Cleared away. And the shot! Oh, that is rather wayward.
Well, I can understand why his thinking was that way inclined.
Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. And here's Dembele. It's Dembele! A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Nuno Mendes. Zabani. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. Oh, the whistle's gone. What's he given? The referee's decided that he was fouled outside the box, and it is just a free kick.
Well, it was deliberate, it was cynical, and you have to understand the frustration of being denied a clear opportunity, but it had to be done.
Dembele! In he goes again! And it's Neves. Played out to the right. And here's Neves. And here's Dembele. Dembele, backward it goes. Shapes to shoot! And that would have been game, set and match.
And that reaction says it all. They had a real chance to tighten the screw there, and it's been blown.
Pacho, that's really well manoeuvred. Hakimi. It is looking like the end. If anything's going to happen, it's got... And he has been fouled there. Really well cleared.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
And that has been cleared.
Paris Saint Germain clearly have been instructed to kill this off. Offence is the best form of defence.
And here's Palmer. Always onto this. Caicedo. Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
João Neves, aim forwards. Palmer. James. Played towards the other side. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. João Pedro. Caicedo. Can he find the finish? And that could have brought them level.
Caicedo really wanted that, didn't he? Probably a little too much, to be honest.
And here's Dembele. Barcola. Dembele. Oh, well played. He needed to get that right.
Paris Saint Germain surely have to be commended for their drive and desire. Most teams would be taking the easier defensive route by now.
And it's Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto. And he's certainly onside here. Looking for a decent ball in. Pedro Neto with the delivery. Defending of the desperate variety. Ah, lovely feed. He is such a good mover. Only partially clear. Cucurella, and he's gone backward here. Caicedo. João Neves does really well to win the ball there.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Now it's Barcola. Barcola! Goal at his mercy, and somehow he's missed it. Cleared away. Mendes pings it across, and he shoots! And that's a real chance missed. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella over towards the opposite flank. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. Great chance! Caicedo.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. And here's Dembele. Out to the left it goes. So who's he picking out? Nuno Mendes with the cross.
Paris Saint Germain can really think about the precious seconds that took off the clock. No need to overly commit now. Going nowhere fast is about the only way I can describe this. They've just got to be busier.
Just 5 minutes left. Palmer. Caicedo. It really is now or never. That a foul? Yes, the referee's given it.
I thought it was going to happen then. How many more chances can they realistically expect now?
Marquinhos chooses to go cross-field. Nuno Mendes. Zabani. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. And it's Hakimi. João Neves. And here's Kvarat. Tries a shot! More pressure on the opposition goal.
They're just unrelenting, Peter. Wave after wave of attacks. Now it's just a matter of making at least one of them count.
Dembele. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. And the finish! And yet another chance goes to waste. Fabian Ruiz plays it short. Deep cross. And it's Hakimi. Barcola. There he goes, motoring forward. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Kvaratskhelia. Drives it in.
Paris Saint Germain nearly finished it off there, but now it's a case of waiting for the whistle.
João Neves. Well, it just petered out. No penetration at all, having had a great deal of the ball. Chalobah. James. Palmer. Caicedo. James. Chalobah, gently done. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, sweet feet. Could be danger here.
Well, it's probably safe to say now, Peter, that it's going to be all about game management from here.
James. And it's Palmer. And here's Palmer. This could be their final throw of the dice. James with the short one. And here's Neto. João Neves gets it away. Palmer. Final seconds, this has to be it. Cucurella. Fernandes. And here's Neto.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
And it's played forward. Muscular approach does pay off here. Yeah, that does look a foul. Referee's given a free kick.
Didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fofana. Moved on forwards. Cucurella.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
Barcola forwards and with intent. It's Dembele! That carried quite a threat. James. Caicedo.
I thought it was going to happen then. How many more chances can they realistically expect now?
Sabani. Nuno Mendes. Palmer. James looks to the other side. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Palmer. And it's James. James. Palmer. Aimed in towards the centre. Oh, that's not going to find its target. So time is nearly up. One final twist, perhaps. Cucurella. Very nicely done. João Neves wins the duel this time. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. And here's Neto. That is lovely. Cucurella. Fernandes. And here's Neto. Pedro Neto. Oh, such a clever touch. Fernandez. Danger averted for now. It's a throw. Correa. Fernandez. João Pedro. Sabani. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Barcola. Barcola! Oh, just lacked a decent finish. Caicedo. James. Palmer. James. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Looking here to chip it through. They are right, and the shot! Split-second reaction.
Pedro Neto clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. And here's Dembele. Kvaratskhelia. Showing good feet. And here's Kvaratskhelia. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Caicedo. Palmer. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto goes on a run down the left wing. Oh, nice touch. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Nuno Mendes. Barcola. And here's Dembele. Kvaratskhelia. That is very well defended. Pedro Neto. Correa. Pedro Neto. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto. Oh, great run, magical! And it's played in here. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. There are a few waiting for it. Defending of the desperate variety. And that will be the final act. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. João Neves. Hakimi. Ball's been cut short. Fernandez. Caicedo. James. And here's Palmer. That's very neat. Caicedo. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Dembele. Barcola. Hakimi. And here's Dembele. Kvaratskhelia! An early chance there, first of the game.
Well, that always looked a little ambitious for me, but still, at least he had the confidence to take it on.
They've played it short. Lovely bit of skill. Nuno Mendes. Now it's Barcola. Barcola! That's a good run down the left. Oh, it's come loose. James. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto shifted upfield. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. And it's Fernandes. Caicedo. James. And here's Palmer. Cucurella. Fernandes. Cucurella. Fernandes. Played out wide. Cucurella. Fernandes. Caicedo. Is there any support? He might not need it. Hakimi. João Neves. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia fires it in low. And it's played forward. João Pedro. Out to the left it goes. Pedro Neto tries looking up for options on the left. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Dembele. Nuno Mendes. Dembele. Palmer. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Strong running down that left flank. Pedro Neto. Hakimi defending his corner stubbornly. Stood up very well to his man. Decent chance! Denied by an instinctive save.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
He thumps it clear. James. Caicedo. Palmer. João Pedro. Nice defending, it's got the job done. Oh, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Kvaratskhelia really struggling to influence the game.
They're just trying to negate his influence, and it looks like whatever it takes.
James, head over towards the opposite flank. Cucurella. And here's Neto. Tacho gets rid without sophistication. And it's Cucurella. Oh, sweet feet. Pedro Neto with the delivery. That's really well manoeuvred. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Mendes is on a run down the left wing. And that's aimed into the middle. And out it comes again. Cleared without complication. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. Chance! A real chance and a real let-off.
Dembele clearly was a little selfish there, but I don't think it was a bad attempt.
Moved on forwards. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Throw it. Pedro Neto with the delivery.
They've certainly set out to cause a problem or two down that left flank. Look, it's the width that's providing this momentum, and they look set to further exploit. Gives the defence a decision to make, whether to go zonal or man-to-man now.
And here's Kvaratskhelia. Here's Barcola. Great challenge, time to perfection. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Hakimi. That is good strength. Looks across and plays it in. He's there to get rid. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fernandes. Palmer. Caicedo. João Pedro. Oh, the ball's come loose here. Plenty waiting in the middle. That's good play. Cross goes in there. And that has been cleared. And here's Palmer. And it's Caicedo. Oh, such a clever touch. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Barcola. Hakimi. João Neves. Nuno Mendes. João Pedro. Caicedo. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. James. Palmer. Now it's João Pedro. Caicedo. Now then, the ball's come loose. Fernandes. Caicedo. Played back in. That's tidy. Played out to the right. In by James. Danger averted for now. And it's Cucurella. Oh, he's dealt with that well. Hakimi. Aim forwards. Kvaratskhelia. Muscular approach does pay off here. Caicedo. Palmer. João Pedro. James. Palmer. João Pedro. Out to the right. Fernandes. Great defending, strong and determined. Very nicely done. James, up he goes! And the header is disappointing in the end.
You really could have done with engaging those crosses much higher up the pitch there. This isn't good defending.
Barcola's cross. Colwell gets it away. Oh, that's a very... It's Dembele! It's a carbon copy of the previous miss.
Well, the breakthrough hasn't come yet, Peter, but you do feel they're upping the ante here. They'll get the reward if they can stick at this.
Palmer is there, and he can get that clear. And it's Hakimi. Here's Barcola. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Colwell. James. Colwell. Palmer. James. Palmer. He's offering some sort of an apology there.
Encourage the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
Colwell. Caicedo. Colwell looks to the other side. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Lovely feet. Nice physical challenge. Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner. Tries to get it clear. That's a great ball. And can he finish it? Keeper has taken decisive action. James, there's the header! Mendes forwards and with intent.
really are pushing their fullbacks forward now.
Aiming to do what?
Well, it's a case of engaging your opponents further up the pitch to take the sting out of opposition attacks. It's effectively a wide press.
Marquinhos. Barcola. And here's Dembele. That is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Fernandes. João Pedro. Plays it through. Anything noteworthy in the early part of the match, Jim?
Well, neither side has really grabbed the initiative, I would say. Both must have come in with a view of not making any early mistakes. So we're seeing some conservatism here.
And he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. It's not taken him long, and that's going to be a booking. Well, the protest continues, but in the end they are defending the indefensible.
Well, I think the alternative was to stand there and do nothing while he tried to score. Obviously, he's not going to allow that, Peter, is he?
He's having a go. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Make it to the left. Palmer looking sharp there. Hakimi. Barcola. Pedro Neto. That's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. And it's Palmer. James. Fernandes. Decent chance! Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Here's Barcola. Here's Barcola. That's good defending, very good defending. And he's heaved it away. Fabian Ruiz. Back into the middle. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes with the cross. Fofana getting this one clear. Fernandes. Correa. Pedro Neto. And it's Fernandes. Now it's João Pedro. And the shot! Well, that wasn't too dissimilar to the previous attempt. Neves. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Barcola. Fofana. Cucurella. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Chalobah. Caicedo. Palmer. And it's James. And he's managed to get free. Mendes did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Hakimi. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Fernandes. And it's James. Here's Palmer. And play for a throw. Caicedo. And the finish! Zabani Trinclidan. Fabian Ruiz, and he goes cross-field. Barcola, and here's Dembele! Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
Cucurella. Colwell forwards and with intent. Plenty of endeavour from either side, but not much of it in the vicinity of either goal.
Yeah, the tempo is strong and the game has flair and lots of potential for me.
That is lovely. And it's Fernandes. Caicedo. Been won straight back. Oh, good spread. He is just caressing the ball. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest.
Well, for me, Peter, I think it's all too pedestrian and slow. They need a large injection of purpose now.
Too much on it, and that is an easy claim for the keeper. James. Caicedo has been caught there, it's a foul. This could spell real trouble. We know he has already been booked. The referee has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket. It's just a stern lecture.
Well, he's asking for trouble, Peter, and with this urge to nibble away, I think the ref is spelling it out for him now.
Fofana. Pedro Neto.
Well, that's poorly judged. 0 targets in the box, 0 likelihood of a conversion.
Kvaratskhelia laid out to the left flank. Kvaratskhelia succumbs to the pressure. Yeah, he's pulled him up for that challenge. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola. And here's Dembele. Fofana gets good distance on it. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. That's nice. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Palmer. James. Chalobah shifted upfield. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. He's on it, can he get away? Pedro Neto. Caicedo. James. And here's Palmer. João Pedro.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Kvaratskhelia. And here's Barcola. Showing good feet. João Neves. Caicedo does really well to win the ball there. Pedro Neto. Cucurella aim forwards. Palmer. Caicedo. Fernandes. Cucurella played out towards the right wing. Palmer. Brilliantly cut out. Barcola. Pacho. Fabian Ruiz. And it's played forward. Moved on forwards. That's really well manoeuvred. Kvaratskhelia. And he's there to get it away. Kvaratskhelia gets a cross in. The pressing's intense and it's paid off. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Takes a shot!
João Pedro really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
João Neves shifted upfield.
Hakimi.
João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Mendes. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time.
Nuno Mendes really needed to be much faster then, much more decisive.
He's having a look round. Palmer. Well, that was a period of possession which carried just about no threat at all. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz chooses to go cross-field. Barcola. Fernandez wins the duel this time. And it's Cucurella. Nuno Mendes. Barcola, aim forwards. It's gone for a throw-in. Played into the middle. Tries to get it clear. Palmer. He's in plenty of space here. Well played. That has snuffed out the danger. João Neves. Hakimi. Barcola. He's shifting through the gears here. Caicedo gets it clear. Kvaratskhelia. James. Palmer. Palmer looking to run onto it. Fernandez. And he's cut it out. He can get that clear. And it's Dembele. That's an excellent interception. Fernandez is there, and he can get that clear. Colwill. Caicedo. Fernandez. Fernandez forwards and with intent. João Pedro. Cucurella, back when it goes. It's a threatening ball. Fernandez. Caicedo. Fernandez. And here's Palmer. Palmer spread out to the left. Cucurella crosses. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia, gently done. He could be in here. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Well, that is not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
He made it look a bit predictable.
Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Fernandez. Caicedo. Fernandez. Played with finesse. Barcola. Moved on forwards. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Cucurella. And here's Neto. It'll be a throw-in. Hakimi. Palmer. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto. He is through here. Tacho gets it away. And it's Cucurella. Fernandes. Over to the left. Oh, that's neat. And here's Neto. Pedro Neto. Cross into the box.
I wouldn't fancy playing up front in these circumstances, to be honest. There's absolutely no supply.
Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Hakimi plays it in. And that has been clubbed away. Aimed in towards the centre. Cucurella is there, and he can get that clear. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Cucurella. Proves too strong. Oh, it's Dembele. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. Goes for goal! What a hit! The save was firm.
Paris Saint Germain have obviously gone down this shooting route in the hope of exposing a flaw or two. I think the best thing they can do is just move to plan B.
Pedro Neto in acres of space out wide. And here comes the corner. Tries to get it clear. Cucurella. And it's Cucurella. Fernandes. Caicedo. And here's Palmer. Hit into the middle. Tacho attempts a clearance. Kvaratskhelia. Zabani. Kvaratskhelia. Caicedo does really well to win the ball there. Colwell. Palmer. Great defending, strong and determined. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. There's the shot! It's a loose ball. Oh, that is asking for trouble. Kvaratskhelia. Shot, surely! Same again, same outcome. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Cucurella. Oh, it's played into the area. And it's Mendes. That looks a good cross. And that has been cleared. It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. That'll be a throw-in. Kvaratskhelia. It's run loose here. Fabian Ruiz. Fofana with the clearance. Yep, it's a corner. Defending of the desperate variety. That is a brilliant interception. João Pedro, and he has slightly undercooked that one.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
And he's straight offside. Fofana, Chalobah, Caicedo, and it's played forward. Marquinhos. Played towards the other side. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Palmer. And that was very necessary. Cole will have it back and can go again. Now it's Palmer. James. Referee's given a throw. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz, aim forwards. James. Fofana, moved on forwards. Who's he going to play in? João Pedro. And here's Neto. Crosses it in. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. And it's Hakimi. Oh, nice touch. And Here's Barcola. Barcola opts to play it back. Barcola. Cross from her. Oh, what a climb! And he has kept it out somehow.
Dembele clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
And it's been taken short. And the chances keep on coming. They're awarded another corner. And he's there to clear it. Dembele hits it! Cucurella. Fofana. Chalobah. Chalobah shifted upfield. Sabani. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Mendes going full steam ahead down the left flank. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Pinged towards the front line. Palmer. James. James chooses to go cross-field. Cucurella. And here's Neto. Time and again they are repelled. And it's Cucurella. Now it's Pedro Neto. Fabian Ruiz forwards and with intent. Paris Saint Germain couldn't do a whole lot with it there. They could do with more sharpness in their passing. Fernandes. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Searching pass he's played there. Out of play for a goal kick. Pacho. Hakimi. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Caicedo. Needs a bit of penetration to go with all this possession. James. Fernandes. Caicedo. Now it's João Pedro. And it's James. James climbs up big! Well, that is clearly not the outcome he wanted.
Paris Saint Germain, well, the manager clearly has to react to this and tactically change what's happening. It's too easy for them to get in.
Zabani, gently done. Pedro Neto. Pacho. That's really well manoeuvred. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia. Takes a shot! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Kvaratskhelia actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
James. Can he get onto this? It's a poor throw that, picked off with relative ease. Kvaratskhelia shifted upfield. João Pedro. And it's Fernandes. Palmer. Hakimi tries to clear. Cucurella drives forward on the overlap. It's a mighty effort! Harmlessly behind.
I can't quite believe he's missed that, Peter.
Hakimi. Approaching half-time and still behind. Can they make something happen now? And here's Dembele. Dembele. Hakimi. Oh, it's come loose. Played into the middle. But that is good defending. It's been repelled. Steaming on goalwards. Mendes has got himself a free kick.
Well, it was deliberate, it was cynical, and you have to understand the frustration of being denied a clear opportunity, but it had to be done.
Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning.
Oh, well done for him to take the shot on. He did at least hit the target.
James. Well, they've seen lots of the ball. Time to go for it a bit of creativity and adventure. Palmer looks to get on the end of this. Caicedo. And it's Palmer. Palmer. Crossed into the box. That should be the goalkeeper's, and it is. João Pedro. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Marquinhos. Nuno Mendes. Zabani. Hakimi. João Neves. Barcola. Barcola played out to the left flank. Lovely, now then. Colwell is there, and he can get that clear. James. And it's Palmer. Palmer. James. Oh, it's a searing run. He is a man on a mission. In by James. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves, gently done. Zabani aimed forwards. Fabian Ruiz. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia!
Well, even for him, that may have been a touch ambitious.
James, and he goes cross-field. Cucurella. And it's Cucurella. That looks a foul. Yep, referee's given it. Cleared away. Now it's Pedro Neto. He's gone down, but the referee just tells him to get back up again. Hakimi. And it's Mendes. Oh, lovely feed. He is such a good mover. That's going to go a long way. João Neves. Barcola. Applies the finish! Pedro Neto. Now what's he got in mind? Pedro Neto. Cucurella. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. No, he's not played the ball, that's a foul. Well, that looks like a final warning, still no card. That's really well cleared. And it's Fernandez. Caicedo. Out to the right. And here's Palmer. Now it's João Pedro. Barcola. Hakimi. Here's Barcola. Dembele. Fofana. Cucurella. And it's Mendes. Nice control. Fabian Ruiz. That's good play. Hangs in across. Chalobah gets good distance on it and claimed it back swiftly. Ball's gone out of play. Oh, that's nice. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. Fofana can get it clear. Barcola, now here's the delivery. Fernandes. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Fofana. Cucurella. Great run on the overlap here. And it's Cucurella. Moved on forwards. João Neves. James gets over and intercepts. Cucurella. Fernandes. James. Palmer. Now he's wondering who wants it. Palmer looking to get on the end of this. Hakimi. Barcola. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Pedro Neto. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Good play on the left-hand side here. Cucurella. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. Cross in. Nuno Mendes. Mendes forwards and with Ruiz. And here's Dembele! Oh, that's a waste. Pedro Neto looks to get on the end of this. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Fernandes does really well to win the ball there. Pedro Neto. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz chooses to go cross-field. Palmer. Fernandes. Cucurella. Fernandes. Chalobah, aim forwards. Fofana. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Mendes. Nuno Mendes with the cross. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Caicedo. Dembele. Marquinhos. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Played towards the other side. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Pedro. James. Caicedo. Palmer. James. Palmer. Palmer going full tilt down the right-hand side. Well cut out, no margin for error there at all. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Back into the middle. Barcola. Ball comes in. Succumbs to the pressure. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. And it's Hakimi. Hit into the middle. It's gone for a throw-in. Fernandes. João Pedro. João Pedro. He's cut it out. That's really well manoeuvred. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Moved on forwards. Barcola. Hakimi. João Neves. He has slightly undercooked that one.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
And it's Caicedo. James, gently done. And it's played forward. Barcola. Oh, it's Dembele. Nice physical challenge. Fernandes. Palmer. James. Fofana. Barcola. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. Can he deliver? And that'll be a goal kick. Fernandes. And it's Palmer. Palmer has a look up from the right-hand side, seeking out options. And he's there to clear it. Played out wide. It's a great gallop down the right-hand side. That's good play. So who's he picking out? Oh, shooting chance! Deftly away. Now Now it's Schwab. And the finish! Cleared away. Mendes forwards and with intent. Dembele takes control of enemies on the move. Dembele played out to the left flank. Mendes, now here's the shapes to shoot! No, not quite. Colwell played over towards the opposite flank. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Saban. Nuno Mendes. Hakimi. Cross from Hakimi. Expertly cut out, really nicely done. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Looks to the other side. Palmer. James. Palmer. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Dembele, and he's away.
Really has the confidence and skill to be able to hold the ball up like that until support arrives a little sooner, and just maybe there he overdid it slightly and should have released it because the support was arriving quickly.
Cucurella. Chalobah. Caicedo. James. James. Caicedo. Over to the left. And he's heaved it away and reclaimed it in a trice. So just the one early goal to report so far. And the score is 1-0. James. Oh, it's played into the area. Played back in. Fernandes. Palmer. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest.
Palmer, well, they're labouring their way towards the opposition goal here, Peter, and this needs a much livelier solution.
Nuno Mendes.
Paris Saint Germain, well, Peter, look how far up the fullbacks are getting now. This is really high.
And constantly after the ball, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're weighing up their options to see how long they can sustain.
Goes for the shot! And they've got rid. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia in acres of space out wide. Caicedo. Palmer. And it's Palmer. Now, what's he got in mind? Whistle's gone, that's a foul. And that's out of reach. Saban. Nuno Mendes. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Here's Barcola. That's really well manoeuvred. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. And he has been fouled there. João Neves getting this one clear. It's run loose here. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Caicedo. Palmer. And it's James. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Hakimi. Barcola. Nuno Mendes. Saban. Hakimi. And here's Barcola. João Neves. Marquinhos. Aim forwards. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. That has been knocked clear. Looking for a decent ball in. It's a threatening ball. Kvaratskhelia. He's trying his best to keep it in play here. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Played towards the other side. Palmer. James. Palmer. James. Cucurella. Back into the middle. Cucurella puts the ball in, and he's there to clear it. And here's Neto. Cucurella. And here's Neto. Yeah, he's offering an apology for that. He needed to deliver a better ball. And it's Mendes. Mendes stood his ground strongly. Hakimi plays it in. And he's there to get rid. Cucurella. Chalobah. Fernandes. Palmer. James. Looks to the other side. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Caicedo. Fernandes. Mendes clears it away. And here's Palmer. Palmer, and that's aimed into the middle. Fabian Ruiz. Hakimi. João Pedro. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Barcola chips it through. And they've got a throw. Caicedo, who's set up one goal so far. João Pedro. And it's played forward. João Neves. Hakimi. Tacho, gently done. Fabian Ruiz. Zabani. Hakimi. Barcola. Lovely feet. He's got to be in here! Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. A chance to play it in. Chance to deliver. Fernandes did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. James. Chalobah. Moved on forwards. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Fernandes. Caicedo. James. Caicedo. Fernandes. Caicedo. Out to the right. Palmer. Now it's João Pedro. Tacho defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man.
I'm not sure the shot was ever on there, really. There were just too many bodies in the way, Peter.
Kvaratskhelia. Here's Barcola. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. And it's Palmer. James. And here's Palmer. And it's claimed by the keeper. Barcola. Muscular approach does pay off here. Colwell shifted upfield. James, played over towards the opposite flank. Pedro Neto. Well, he was clearly disappointed with that pass.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Hakimi. And it's Neves. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Oh, good spread. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. is just caressing the ball. Scalia. Oh, it's a great ball here. Scalia! James. Colwell. Caicedo. Moved on forwards. Palmer is onto it in a flash. Pacho, aim forwards. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Played into the middle. Chalobah can get it clear. James. Pedro Neto. Fofana. Cucurella. Pedro Neto is offering some sort of an apology there.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to get enough on the pass, Peter, did he?
Scalia. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Barcola!
Threat, if any, for the keeper.
James. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. And it's Palmer. And here's Palmer. Caicedo. And here's Palmer. Deflected behind for a corner kick. Scalia. Cucurella. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. João Pedro. He's gone for goal! And he has kept it out somehow.
João Pedro actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
That has been knocked clear. Fernandes spread out to the left, aimed in towards the centre. Fabian Ruiz. Pacho forwards and with intent. Barcola. Delivered with swing. Pedro Neto. James. Fernandes. That's really well manoeuvred. Marquinhos. That's a little off target. Now it's João Pedro. There's no getting past him. It's really well defended. That is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Barcola. Hakimi. It's a good run down the right. Cross from Hakimi. And back out it comes. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, lovely feed. He is such a good mover. Great defending, strong and determined. That defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be.
Well, if you dwell on it for that long, that's what happens.
Caicedo, and he goes cross-field. Cucurella. João Pedro. Fernandes. And it's hoisted clear. Oh, this is a great position. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. That's been won straight back, and it's played forward, and it's Hakimi. Nice control. Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner. Chalobah clears it away. Hit into the middle. That's not going far. James. Palmer. It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Colwill. James. Palmer. Fernandes. Caicedo. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Nice interception, well timed. Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Goes for a shot! Just off target.
His reputation is better than what we've just seen.
Chalobah. Caicedo forwards and with intent. James chooses to go cross-field. Fofana. Palmer, now he's off and running. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. And it's Mendes. Played towards the other side. Out towards the flank. Oh, sweet feet. João Pedro. James. Caicedo. Colwill. Barcola. Goes for goal! And for sure, that was not one of his best.
Well, I suppose he was being urged to shoot. Maybe the crowd will stay a little quieter next time.
midfield, changing the point of attack. João Neves. And here's it's Dembele! Oh, denied brilliantly!
Dembele is offering a right smile there.
Palmer. That's a throw. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia. He's had a shot! Keeper's not concerned by that.
Well, it was going to take something a bit special from there, and that wasn't it.
Colwell aim forwards. Cucurella. That's really well manoeuvred. And here's Neto. Plenty waiting in the middle. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Zabani with the clearance. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia. He's dealt with that well. Paris Saint Germain have got it back and they'll have another go. Pedro Neto. Chalobah. Colwell. Caicedo. Throw it. That's Ruiz. And here's Dembele. Now there's more Kula! Been taken short. And here's Neves. João Neves and the shot! That was nicely by the defence. Caicedo shifted upfield.
I think that's great defending. He just made sure he was in the right place to block it. I bet you the keeper's very relieved.
Hakimi plays it in. Nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Fernandes. Palmer. James. Head over towards the opposite flank. Fernandes. Caicedo. Lovely, now then. Gets it away. Caicedo. Nice looking ball. That has been knocked clear. Chooses to go back. Half an hour played now. And here's Neto. Lovely bit of skill. Fernandes. Out to the left it goes. Oh, that's nice. Caicedo. Takes the shot! And that's off target.
They're probably getting frustrated by the lack of chances, I suppose.
João Neves. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Dembele. Good chance here. It's anyone's ball now. Oh, they could be caught out here. It's a throw-in. And it's Hakimi. That's very neat. Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. Dembele! Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Pedro Neto. That's tidy. Now it's Pedro Neto. João Pedro. Now it's Palmer. James. And here's Palmer. Palmer. Oh, that's neat. James. Oh, it's played into the area. James plays it short. Mendes, early ball out from the back. Kvaratskhelia given the lift of his goal. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. James. Looks to the other side. Pedro Neto. And it's Fernandes. That's a good ball. Decent chance! Straight at the keeper.
João Pedro might be slightly consoled by at least hitting the target.
Savani. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola, very nicely done. And here's Barcola. And that has been clubbed away. James, and he goes cross-field. He can run onto that. It's Dembele! Denied by an instinctive save.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
And he thumps it clear. And it's hoisted clear. Moved on forwards. Colwell. James, gently done. And it's James. João Neves. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. João Pedro. Caicedo. Colwell. Chalobah shifted upfield. Caicedo tries to dink it through. Knocks it out wide. Played it again. Climbs up big! Oh, that was a brilliant save.
João Pedro really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
And he's there to clear it. And it's Fernandes. Now then, the ball's come loose. Fernandes. Caicedo. Played out to the right. And here's Palmer. Oh, such a clever touch. Palmer. Fernandes. And here's Neto. And the shot! Hot corner. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Mendes going full steam ahead down the left flank. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Caicedo. Really well manoeuvred. Up for a throw. Cucurella. Caicedo. Fofana. And played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Palmer. Caicedo. James. Caicedo. Palmer. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Now it's Pedro Neto. That's very neat. Cucurella. Cross goes in there. Well read. And the danger is averted. Fernandes. Caicedo. Fernandes. Oh, that's a foul. Free kick's been given. James goes short. Oh, lovely feed, he is such a good mover. Time to deliver. And it's Caicedo. Shoots! Lacking in accuracy.
Well, I can understand why his thinking was that way inclined.
João Neves. Hakimi. Marquinhos looks to the other side. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Hakimi. João Pedro. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Pedro Neto. Colwell. Caicedo. Colwell. Kvaratskhelia. Played out wide. James have it back and can go again. And it's Palmer. Fernandes. James. Palmer. James. Caicedo. Fernandes. Caicedo. James. And here's Palmer. Palmer. Yeah, he's fouled him there. He's gone for goal. Oh, that is asking for trouble. Caicedo. So much time and space here. Pedro Neto. Pedro, and he shoots! Fabian Ruiz. Moved on forwards. Barcola. Barcola! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
Fernandes. Sabani. Barcola. Oh, what a ball! That has found him in acres of space. Lovely bit of skill. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. João Pedro. Tacho wins the duel this time. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Played towards the other side. And it's Hakimi. Oh, sweet feet. James. James chooses to go cross-field. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Oh, it's come loose. Cucurella trying to keep this in. And it's Cucurella. Oh, he's found support out wide.
Hakimi.
Nuno Mendes. That's a shot, surely! Proves too strong. And here's Dembele. Chance for a shot! Chalobah getting this one clear. Kvaratskhelia, and that's aimed into the middle. Could be danger. Can he finish? It's off target and by quite a way.
We've all been there. Nothing will make him feel much better at the moment.
Colwell made over towards the opposite flank. So Putram down the left-hand side. Kukurea. Oh, that's nice. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto with the delivery. That has been knocked clear. Hakimi. Oh, that's a fine challenge. Chalobah did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Kukurea. Fernandes. Palmer. James. Looks to the other side. Hakimi. Barcola. Nuno Mendes. Turns and goes back. He's having a shot! Caicedo. Palmer. James. Palmer. Caicedo. And it's James. That is lovely. Oh, that's sweet, almost telepathic. Saban. Kvaratskhelia. James. Colwell. Chalobah. Fernandes. Fofana chooses to go cross-field. James. Colwell. Palmer. James. And played cross-field, changing the point of attack. It's a pretty loose pass. João Neves. And it's Mendes. And Here's Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia. It's a mighty effort! Decent enough try.
Barcola is clearly kicking himself here. He knew that was a great opportunity.
Marquinhos. Hakimi. Barcola. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia! Palmer. Caicedo. Fernandes. That has been cut short. Hakimi. Barcola. Dembele. And the shot! Caicedo. James. That'll be a throw-in. Nuno Mendes. And it's played forward. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Well, they've seen lots of the ball. Time to go for it a bit of creativity and adventure. Fernandes. James. Palmer. James. And it's Caicedo. Palmer. Oh, that's nice. James. Palmer. Palmer making good progress on the right-hand side. James. This could be their final throw of the dice. And it's been taken short. In by James. Goes for the header! Cleared without complication. Hakimi. Marquinhos. Barcola looks to get on the end of this. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. And a chance! It goes to show he is human after all. Fernandes. Out to the left it goes. Pedro Neto. João Neves. Barcola. João Neves. Hakimi. Hakimi charging forward down that flank. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Fabian Ruiz with the short one. That's very neat. And here's Ruiz. Well, that's a foul. Which side of the line is that? The referee's decided that he was fouled outside the box, and it is just a free kick. Well,
It was deliberate, it was cynical, and you have to understand the frustration of being denied a clear opportunity, but it had to be done.
Fofana can get it clear. And it's Neves. Here's Barcola. Now who's going to be first to this? Palmer. Caicedo. Palmer. James. Well timed, excellent interception. Kvaratskhelia. Mendes, who's on a run down the left wing. Nuno Mendes. Nice control. Cross goes in there. Well, that's the keeper's ball. Palmer. Colwill. Caicedo. Fofana. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Can he latch on to this? Hakimi makes the interception. João Neves. Great defending, strong and determined. Fernandes. Pedro Neto providing an outlet on that flank. Looking for a decent ball in. And it's Fernandes. And the shot! We have here their final chance. Fernandes tries to get it clear. Oh, it's Dembele. Barcola. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. João Pedro. Marquinhos. João Neves. Barcola. And it's Ruiz. Chooses to go back. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Cucurella. Pedro Neto. It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Fofana. Fofana, head over towards the opposite flank. James tries making a foray down the right. James crosses. Zabani. Nuno Mendes. Zabani. Zabani, gently done. Barcola. Barcola. Chalobah is there and he can get that clear. Palmer. James. James shifted upfield. Up he goes! Just needed better contact. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. That's really well manoeuvred. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, that's well done, really robust. Hakimi. Barcola. João Neves. Nice interception, well timed. Fernandes. James. Played towards the other side. Pedro Neto. And it's Cucurella. Caicedo. Fernandes. Great chance! No, he's missed it. James. And he goes cross-field. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. James. Clipped into space. Hakimi clears it away. Cucurella puts them all in. Back in once more. Zabani getting this one clear and reclaimed it in a trice. That's going to go a long way. What a throw in. And it's Cucurella. Header. Read the delivery beautifully, but got the finish all wrong. Referee looks at his watch and